WTF is this then? This is the Universal Peace Channel, the YouTube channel, or BC Kaufman. And this is the broadcast. US weighs whether to stay in Iran nuclear deal. Wait. So I didn't sleep, and last night I had my first live session with other people that called me live in the broadcast. It was so cool, incredible. So that's the previous broadcast, the one entitled, perhaps it was the one before the previous one, entitled Trump says he's made a decision on Iran nuclear deal, NewYorkTimes.com, Iran not in compliance, World War III, question mark. So I doubt if it's a matter of giving the I.A.E.A. the list of suspect sites. I've covered this in my previous broadcast. Let's see what the New York Times wrote about that. So far, according to the I.A.E.A. and American officials, the United States has not delivered a list of suspect locations. New York Times article contradicting Trump UN monitor says Iran complies with nuclear deal. August 31st, 2017. So the question is, why can't they give them that list of suspect locations? And what is their criterion for determining if it's a suspect site? Basically, the idea is that they should have access to all sites to check if they're in compliance of the NPT, the I.A.E.A. safeguards agreements, etc. So the idea was Iran could allow these inspections, but they might supply the I.A.E.A. with a list. And I advised President Trump to first have an agreement with the Russian leader. So this is World Peace, Universal Peace Channel, and that's why I think about this stuff. It's my job basically, because no one else is, no one gives a fuck. And I think, well, they're not gonna do it because they're not stupid enough to annihilate themselves. And they know scalar weapons have made nuclear weapons obsolete, so then they might know more than I do, basically. And what was the third thing about preventing world war for Iran? Alright, I found it. Wow. So I read, solving Iran's situation to prevent a world war for Iran, Iranian leaders are advised to allow inspections in all of their facilities as agreed upon in the nuclear agreement, the protocol to the I.A.E.A. It's on their own websites, it's in my previous websites, in my previous videos on this channel. American leaders are advised to avoid any type of attack on Iran to avoid a world war with its ally Russia. Because President Medvedev said, though it's a long time ago, attack on Iran will endanger the entire world, not would or could, in Haaretz quote. I think it's clear Russia is an ally of Iran, so it would be wise to be in agreement with that unless you want to get the US nuked and impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government after depopulating to 500 million, which may actually be the Jesuits' goal. So they have an open false world peace policy and a secret true universal war policy. So it's better to be prepared anyway with the radiological water filter and storable food. However, they may want to preserve the infrastructure, etc. And the I.A.E.A of the Pentagon, the plan to nuke the zombie hordes, may indicate that they want to go for a more selective depopulation to avoid being exterminated themselves with scalar weapons. American leaders are advised to first have an agreement with leaders of ally countries of Iran before even thinking about bombing the facilities that do not allow inspections to avoid the third Jesuit World War, mutually assured destruction, and 7-year nuclear winter, which would be called the next Ice Age. Iran cannot pose any threat to Israel with its Iron Dome. Oh yeah, that was my third point. That and other missile shields Israel is. So they've missile shields, so Iran cannot pose any threat either with or without nuclear weapons. And Israel has nuclear weapons as well. So my more recent writings are about shouldn't they be sanctioned for not being a part of the NPT, basically, the Non-Proliferation Treaty. If they would have signed that, they would have had to allow these inspections as well. So how could Iran have signed it? Let's read this article.
World News September 20, 2017, 3:10 p.m. Updated an hour ago. U.S. weighs whether to stay in Iran nuclear deal. Michelle Nichols, Jeff Mason. 5 minutes read. United Nations, Reuters. The United States said on Wednesday it is weighing whether the Iranian nuclear deal serves its security interests, even as Iran said it did not expect Washington to abandon the agreement. A collapse of the 2015 deal, which U.S.
So this is degenerate fake mainstream media news, would you agree? People can Skype me live in this broadcast, Skype Prologic999 in the right top corner. My Skype number will appear. And I was lying in bed, but I wasn't really tired, I didn't feel like sleeping, and it is kind of special to stay awake for a couple of nights. It brings a special feeling. And it really sucks, basically. But if it leads to more precognitive visions and stuff like that, then perhaps it also has its advantages, and most people wouldn't do such a thing. But basically, that degenerate news idea is based on the United States said on Wednesday. The United States is not saying anything, and it begins with United Nations, Reuters. The United States said on Wednesday it is weighing whether the Iranian nuclear deal serves its security interests, even as Iran said it did not expect Washington to abandon the agreement. So I don't buy that. I don't think that the United States speaks, and I don't think Iran speaks. So they'd have to be more specific to convince me that they're not degenerate news and that they're fake news and they're mainstream media, CIA controlled and all that. So I just wanted to say this, and now I'm gonna light. I'm gonna fill my lighter first.
President Donald Trump has called an embarrassment but which is supported by the other major powers that negotiated it with Iran, could trigger a regional arms race and worsen Middle East tensions. Iranian President Hassan Rouhani vowed that his country would not be the first to violate the agreement under which Tehran agreed to restrict its nuclear program in return for the loosening of economic sanctions that had crippled its economy. "We don't think Trump will walk out of the deal despite his rhetoric and propaganda," Rouhani told reporters on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly gathering of world leaders. He also ruled out the idea of renegotiating the pact. Trump told reporters he had made a decision on what to do about the agreement but would not say what he had decided. Matters were no clearer after Iran and the world powers that negotiated the deal, Britain, China, France, Germany, Russia and the United States, met for talks that a European source said included a long discussion between the US and Iranian foreign ministers. It was the first time that the two men, U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and Iranian Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif, had met since Trump took office on January 20. Related coverage: German minister, ending Iran deal would be setback for curbing nuclear arms. German minister, ending Iran deal would to prevent World War III and create universal peace. 1. Leaders are advised to avoid attacking any countries, especially innocent civilians, and declare a ceasefire. The EU's foreign policy chief, Federica Mogherini, said all sides believed there had been no violations to the deal, but she was unable to say after the roughly hour and 20-minute meeting whether the United States would stick to it. "We already have one potential nuclear crisis. We definitely do not need to go into a second one," she told reporters, alluding to North Korea's pursuit atomic weapons. Asked if the United States had committed to staying in the pact, she appeared to be at a loss and said, "Another question." Tillerson told reporters Trump did not wish to leave the Iran nuclear issue to the next president.
So they go off. In their minds also. Let's take it from here.
Michelle Nichols, Jeff Mason. 5 minutes read. United Nations, Reuters. The United States said on Wednesday it is weighing whether the Iranian nuclear deal serves its security interests, even as Iran said it did not expect Washington to abandon the agreement. A collapse of the 2015 deal, which U.S. President Donald Trump has called an embarrassment but which is supported by the other major powers that negotiated it with Iran, could trigger a regional arms race and worsen Middle East tensions. Iranian President Hassan Rouhani vowed that his country would not be the first to violate the agreement under which Tehran agreed to restrict its nuclear program in return for the loosening of economic sanctions that had crippled its economy. "We don't think Trump will walk out of the deal despite his rhetoric and propaganda," Rouhani told reporters on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly gathering of world leaders. He also ruled out the idea of renegotiating the pact. Trump told reporters he had made a decision on what to do about the agreement but would not say what he had decided. Matters were no clearer after Iran and the world powers that negotiated the deal, Britain, China, France, Germany, Russia and the United States, met for talks that a European source said included a long discussion between the U.S. and Iranian foreign ministers. It was the first time that the two men, U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and Iranian Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif, had met since Trump took office on January 20. Related coverage. German minister, ending Iran deal would be setback for curbing nuclear arms. German minister, ending Iran deal would be setback for curbing nuclear arms. China says North Korea situation shows importance of Iran nuclear deal. State media. Democrats in Congress brace for new Iran nuclear fight. Democrats in Congress brace for new Iran nuclear fight. The EU's foreign policy chief, Federica Mogherini, said all sides believed there had been no violations to the deal, but she was unable to say after the roughly hour and 20-minute meeting whether the United States would stick to it. "We already have one potential nuclear crisis. We definitely do not need to go into a second one," she told reporters, alluding to North Korea's pursuit atomic weapons. Asked if the United States had committed to staying in the pact, she appeared to be at a loss and said, "Another question." Tillerson told reporters Trump did not wish to leave the Iran nuclear issue to the next president. Iran's President Hassan Rouhani delivers remarks at a news conference during the United Nations General Assembly in New York City, U.S. September 20, 2017. Reuters, Stephanie Keith. "That is the reason he is very carefully considering the decision of whether we find the JCPOA to continue to serve the security interests of the American people or not," he said, referring to the pact formally called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. The U.S. president, who on Tuesday called the deal one of the worst and most one-sided transactions the United States has ever entered into, told reporters he had made up his mind whether to keep the pact but declined to disclose his decision. Trump must decide by October 15 whether to certify that Iran is complying with the pact, a decision that could sink the deal. If he does not, the U.S. Congress has 60 days to decide whether to reimpose sanctions waived under the accord. A senior U.S. official said Trump is leaning toward not certifying that Iran is complying with the pact and letting Congress effectively decide whether to kill the agreement. Slideshow, 10 images. The official said Trump could always change his mind before the deadline and noted he publicly and privately has fumed about the deal, feeling the United States was taken advantage of. A source familiar with the U.S. discussions said the Trump administration is also considering ways to leave the agreement intact, sanction Iran for its missile tests and support for extremist groups, and then seek to strengthen the pact. The prospect of Washington reneging on the agreement has worried some U.S. partners that helped negotiate it, especially as the world grapples with North Korea's nuclear and ballistic missile development. French President Emmanuel Macron told reporters it would be a mistake to pull out of the pact. However, he also appeared to open the door for tougher action on Iran, saying the deal was insufficient given Iran's growing regional influence since 2015. Is this agreement enough? It is not, given the evolution of the regional situation and increasing pressure that Iran is exerting on the region, and given increased activity by Iran on the ballistic level since the accord, he said. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said the recent tension on the Korean peninsula underlined the importance of the Iranian deal, and that China would continue to support and safeguard it, Chinese state media said. An official from a Gulf nation suggested that his country could accept the deal's collapse, should Trump either not certify Iranian compliance or withdraw from the deal entirely, the Gulf official said. I think we can live with that. Reporting by Yara Bayoumi, Parisa Hafizi, Steve Holland, John Irish, Michelle Nichols, Jeff Mason and Arshad Mohammed at the United Nations, Eric Beach, Mohammed Zargam, Patricia Zingerl, John Walcott and Susan Heavey in Washington, Andrew Osborne in Moscow, Babak Digankish in Beirut and Philip Wen in Beijing. Writing by Arshad Mohammed, editing by Grant McCool and James Dalglish are standards the Thomson Reuters Trust Principles. So shouldn't Israel be sanctioned for not signing the NPT? Are the missile shields 100% effective against whole nukes? Not ridding ourselves of these nuclear weapons is insane. We should work towards removing all weapons of self-destruction. Dismantling nukes is still cheaper than World War III and MAD, so what's ISIS gonna do? Deadly ISIL attacks hit southern Iraq's Thikar Al-Jazeera.com 9/15/2017-18.
I think they're going to free think.
Soldiers killed in ISIL ambush in Egypt's Sinai. Al-Jazeera.com September 11, 2017. So ISIS still exists, supposedly. So they are hitting themselves? Killing their own people? Trump really is bombing the shit out of ISIS just like he promised Newsweek 16 hours ago. Flying to McDonald's on my paramotor Tucker got 438K 7,621,086 views. Infinite universal peace. How could a brain parasite enter the skull with minimal effort? The most efficient and least destructive options seem to be to enter through the nostril, nasal cavity or eye socket where the brain casing is thinnest or absent and drenched in insulating mucus. O'Brien in Zion. True story. Olaba. Trump says he's made a decision on Iran nuclear deal. NewYorkTimes.com. Iran not in compliance. WW3? Why I have decided to monetize my videos. Need viewers to save our timeline. Testing monetization. Stop spending on defense and start spending on achieving negligible senescence. Control the factors that control the aging of humans. Sopranos. Sean, Olson, Brian, Mike. Should we switch off all ionospheric heaters? The AGGM can also have a password that changes daily. Stalker PC game. The Lobster movie. We're all uncontrolled. It's tha joint. Cum, pre-hands, if action.
So what's happening, y'all? Why are so few people calling me in my broadcast to be live on YouTube? Boring. So perhaps they don't want an anti-global government movement, because no one does. Perhaps they all want a global government, and they want to see some nukes, they want to see some fireworks, they've paid for these things. Real tax money. You can tell them what's not going to happen. We want to preserve the infrastructure. They won't buy this. I get it. Phew, what can I say? What do you all think? Does it make any difference whether they get rid of the nuclear deal or not? And what difference would it make? Would it be better to leave the nuclear deal so Iran cannot violate it anymore? According to the I.A.E.A, they didn't violate it, so basically in the history books, if they'd bomb Iran now, it wouldn't look like, oh yeah, they were not compliance with the nuclear deal. Well, it depends on who writes the history book, basically, and if there's anybody left to write the history book, or if people are depopulated. Well, I think for now that's not gonna happen yet. We have to be patient. Profiling. Many people don't even know what profiling means. So then what the fuck am I talking for, you know? Oh shit, I said fuck. Oh. Is that bad? When I'm monetized? I don't know if that's allowed. But if I don't get any viewers, I don't think they will notice it, so it's no problem. So yeah, it's possible these people are all controlled and that they're all going to die sooner or later, all people and all living things that are alive today. And that they will not achieve negligible senescence today. They won't learn how to control the factors that control aging. Thought it would be cool for you all, I guess. Yes. So, oh yeah, about the off thing, that was referring to the article. Basically, the word off was missing, it seemed, from part of the article. So I don't mean that they're gonna set off their nukes. I thought it was a pretty funny idea. So I know they cannot dodge a Tesla plasma shield that is strong enough that can be generated anywhere. I've shown a picture of it in my broadcasts, and but officially they use these other missile shields. They use ground-to-air missiles. So that was the whole article. I thought, well, if I'm gonna read it, then I might as well do a broadcast about it. And I'm not surprised if I drop dead any second now. And then I wouldn't be surprised because I'd be dead anyway. So that will never happen. But it would be nicer if some single chicks could visit me for sex. Nobody needs a stupid bloody hand massage and things like that. And if you disagree with me, then you can always Skype ProLogic999 to be live in this broadcast. Sniffing some menthol oil. It's really good stuff. It's Cian pure oil of eBay. So I think many of these chatters thought that I was paranoid and afraid of something. But of course, that's not true. I think regular viewers know that about me, and my likes and compliments for my channels and videos make it clear. And it might just be an idea that was implanted in their heads by the neural network, so I don't take it personally. It's no problem. I was evaluated and released after claiming that I think that there are no centipedes in my body, and of course it may have been an illusion generated with brain control equipment, with synthetic telepathy. And I think just the idea of centipedes can already make people throw up almost and go like that. So perhaps I should say or claim that this is all sexual. All sexual, asexual. So as the New York Times article broadcast, I could watch the video that I made, and there were 3 or 4 men basically calling me in the broadcast. They looked kind of young basically, but one of them had a baby, so that one's probably older than 18. Heterosexual males just having fun, real Americans. Perhaps, well, I don't know if they were trying to wag me or to make fun of me somehow. But I had fun anyway, so I don't really care. I do care that I had somebody finally calling me live in my broadcast. And I hope to get more feedback from the YouTube audience. Would be cool. Ah, de Nazi-Tintin. Kuifje in Dutch. Okay, I have to set an alarm for something. Do this fast. 11:24 plus 2 hours makes 12, 13, 24. So this is not a broadcast that I've made with Windows Movie Maker, though I've made other broadcasts with Movie Maker. This is more of an open broadcast. I've covered the article and then I can cover all the other stuff that I think is most important for our timeline. 13:25 it will go off. So basically, if you'd say at 13:33 the nukes will go off, then some people would believe that, basically, if you're like Alex Jones and millions of people are listening. Which that would be cool. Practical joke. What do you all think? Do you think we should pretend these nukes will go off at 13:33? And that most people don't even believe it, that they think that I'm making this up because of the normalcy bias, because these nukes never went off. They think it will never happen. They're that dumb. Low IQ. Degenerate, basically. Perhaps one went off in that room already, perhaps just a mini nuke. That looks very shroomy as well. So perhaps these sticks are filled with shrooms, basically. It's not what we think. And that's going to make everybody eternal, and when he hits you with that, then you are eternified. Well, it's not as good as having sex, I guess. And not that funny. Though I think people won't cry over it either. So I think we can raise this broadcast to a higher level. Let's do this. Whoop, there's. Oh yeah. Whoop. Whoa. Oh, okay. Well then, people's behavior is different after a night of not sleeping. Perhaps I can grasp some really deep ideas. That's actually just clouds and fog, it's not nuclear blast. Or perhaps it's computer generated, perhaps it's not even real. But I thought it was a cool image, showing everything. Perhaps I should go more on a sexual tour. I could check if there are people in the chat again, but probably they're in bed. It's in the US, it's like 6 hours or 8 hours earlier. In Florida, 6 hours. I don't know about California. So in Florida, it's like 5:30 basically. Therapeutic effect, that was the word I was looking for in relation to sati. Eric Satie is Gnossienne in Gymnopédie. And I think the best version is played by Eric Zvi, or by a person called Mr. Zvi with Z-V-I. It's really an outstanding quality recording. Basically, I've never heard a piano sound that good via my speakers, really. And I'm an audio engineer. I'd have to check his name. I doubt if it's Eric. Zvi RS. Oh, it's his first name. Okay. Reminds me a bit of the Dutch. Ear is, honor is, and the ear and the gear and the beer. So I think we all should just unite. These 7 billion people they want to exterminate have to wake up and realize that the people that want to depopulate them are their enemy. That the people with power doing that are not Jews and Muslims and Christians, but Jesuits and Masons that lead a double life as rabbis and Sufis and priests, etc. to make the best possible changes for our timeline, for the timeline we all want, or decide to do nothing at all, basically, as long as we cannot control the outcome. How much difference does it make if we all end up the same way anyway? Either cremated or buried. There's a start. Perhaps I should go planking or do something different today. What do you all think? No way. No way that these YouTubers can think. It's proven beyond any reasonable doubt they have no brain. The nanobots possess it now, so they have it not. Nanobots have it now. They're always taking over. Oh my god. Oh yeah, the Earth is cubical, have you heard? Of course, that's a lie in reality. It's a cone shaped. Pyramid shaped, basically. That's why their symbol is a fucking pyramid. No, I'm kidding. it's not Michael Knight. Not Michael Knight. Whoa. Not George Michael. If I think long enough, then I'll be able to recall his name. I like his acting anyway. But that was anti-Semitic, supposedly anti-Semitic image of Daily Stormer. But I think it's kind of funny. It's you could argue it's not anti-Semitic, and any publicity is good publicity, basically. And I'm not a communist, I'm for the best form of government available. And there are many forms of government, I haven't studied them all. You have these two cows jokes, basically. You have two cows, and you have the government, and then the cows are gone, and they depopulate you, and everything's wrong, etc. Blah blah. Realism. And then you have all the other forms of government, basically. And the judges are controlled with synthetic telepathy. I think that's true. That these people with directed energy weapons are trying to exert control where it matters, and I'm not giving them this idea. The neural network has given them much better ideas already that benefit them and are to the detriment of 93% of the world's global population, is what I think. And they're probably going to fucking cancel chemtrails again today. How horrible. Boo fucking boo. I found the cam. They can't block it. Lol. Hey, my mic is too soft. Nobody Skyped me. Hey, Ulrich, your mic is way too soft. You have to fix this. We all are your fans, and you are our guru. You know we worship you, and we do everything you say from now on. Because we know it's better. It's better than the golden path. Recording devices. This is where I make the magic happen. See? Recording devices, and then we see the microphone. Real tech. So it's not real tech, I bet. It's, anyway. Microphone boost. Is this too loud? It's still not too loud, I think. But I put it a little softer because there the VU meter was red, so I know how to do that because I'm an audio engineer, not a VIP, but an audio engineer. Which I know because I have a diploma audio engineering, probably, otherwise I wouldn't have remembered it anyway. Perhaps it would have been better. Who can say how anything influenced this timeline? And perhaps it's pleasant and healing idea that we can't do anything about it anyway, so we can just have fun, have sex, and do whatever we like within the confines of the law. Or the jail cell we're in, or whatever. Even masturbate. But great joy. I could turn on display capture. Oh! Our doorbell is ringing. It's ringing. It's ringing. Kom er, een moment alsjeblieft. Ik moet eerst mijn broek aandoen. Oh, fuck. Ah. Paesi bassi. Italia. So I think there's a lot of stuff I have to learn. I don't know anything compared to you all. And perhaps you would be much better leaders of the anti-global government movement yourself. So there are several directions in which we can take it. One is political. A political movement, a real politics. The other is more a protest demo group, in line with getting paid for protests, etc. I don't know if the protests that they are paid for by demand protests and protestsondemand.com, if they have to, if there's certain criteria for these protests, or if they can just make anti-global government protests, basically. And then there's the question, isn't that what they want, to declare martial law and exterminate everybody that is anti-global government in the FEMA camps? Which we could also create in Europe. I'm not saying that it's impossible, that the Dutch people are too sober for that. That they would think it's a waste of money, perhaps. Oh yeah, this is so awesome. Briar. Old Briar, wow. It's like XO. So I used to drink alcohol. I used to drink these 3 liter bottles of Bacardi. Not at once, but and one time the room was spinning. It was really unpleasant. I didn't like that at all. And the pedo elite want me to talk about killer alcohol deaths. They know if I talk about alcohol causing cancer and leading to death, that it will only lead to more people drinking alcohol in reality. If you mention it, an alcoholic, when they hear alcohol, buff, the bottle is at their lips and they drink themselves to death. Because no one needs alcoholics, basically. But then it's best to drink at least 2 liters of vodka in one go, or to have a knife ready if it doesn't work, you know. It's just a spinning room, that's no fun. So perhaps all alcoholics should kill themselves before it's too late. Before they lock you up, poke out your eyes, cut off your penis and bury you alive. With the wolves or centipedes in your coffin or whatever. Get you eventually anyway. It doesn't matter. When you're dead, you won't notice that. So that's what makes many people think, well, perhaps it's better if I just commit suicide, just get it over with, and then after that everything will be alright. Oh, this is so awesome. Very reasonable price. I'm very happy with this pipe from Italy. Looks pretty clean. See if that stem fits onto it pretty well. I like the way it's holding, the way it feels when I hold it in my hand. And the nice long stem to get less tongue bite, and good briar wood. Original square shape, basically. Not round, like so many other pipes exist. So I'm not, I read that PewDiePie is smoking that chemical shit, and that many people are vaping these oils with chemicals. I think it's not a bright idea. That it's worse than tobacco, actually. Natural tobacco without additives. Aha! That's new. So this doesn't fit that well in my pipe stand. There are very few pipes that don't fit this pipe stand, but it's still good enough. It can fall over and I can still fit it. Perhaps it's even easier if I put it like this. So this is better, you could argue. It's not even cognitive dissonance. Let's light this to see if there's another hit in this. Oh, the keyboard works now. Okay, then I have to seize the moment. Lol. I'm not gonna play when I don't feel like playing. Okay. No, kidding. I don't have to look at myself, of course. Whoa. So dude that so so single ladies are welcome for the free shiatsu hand massage and to drink some coconut pineapple smoothie. It's the juice. And then they all think I mean it in some retarded anti-Semitic way, but I don't. It's really the best juice in the world, I think. It's better than blood, I can guarantee you that. Coconut pineapple juice is really awesome. You should try it sometime. So I am kind of wondering if people's IQ has sunk, or if they're all brain controlled by a neural network or not. So yeah, I think that's a good point. I was talking with a transsexual, transgender person in the chat. At the end, that was the last person in the chat with me. And he or she, if she prefers to be called she, then I would call her she basically, but I don't know. And as long as people have a penis, then basically I would see them as males, and they need to be separated from the females. That's why you have, and that we don't need separate rooms for transgender people, separate bathrooms and stuff like that. That's an idea, because otherwise the taxpayers have to pay extra for having transsexuals in the army. And on the other end, I think that they do have the right that it's like they have equal rights, so they shouldn't be treated any different from any other human. So those are my ideas about it at the moment, but perhaps you can change my opinion, you know. It's but the person said something. Oh yeah, I asked And I asked many people, how would you define universal peace? I did a little booklet about this, which I haven't published yet. I've interviewed people in discotheques like Paradiso and some others. And the answer was something about letting everybody get high and stuff like that. I think that person didn't mention legalizing it, but anyway, I didn't sleep a whole night, so I am kind of, I don't know, I'm gonna open my window, get some fresh air. If I collapse, then I've achieved my goal, or not. I should talk faster, let the words flow. Care less about what I say. If I have no viewers anyway, it doesn't matter what I say. Nothing's gonna change, they're all brain controls. Nobody's gonna run into one of my videos on YouTube, I can assure you that. You're saved. Let's put a... Yeah, that humor, that was pretty funny. The dude sounded like one of those neo-Nazis, basically, that had sensible things to say. And I don't know if there are any neo-Nazis that don't have sensible things to say, basically. But I used to be more Antifa-minded. So then the question is, should I first wash this pipe, basically? This, I don't know if you can see it, it looks a bit whitish. But I think it's just from the... There's not really smell to it. From drilling it, somebody honking the cancer car horn outside. And that's an offense in reality if there's no direct emergency. But perhaps it's just a signal for someone to have dinner or whatever. So it's not proven that these people are stalkers with a worldwide stalking network, etc. So I know most people are good in the sense that they've not murdered anyone. It has two interesting imperfections, and I think that may be where the pipe was held in the bankschroef in Dutch, and it's not very visible on the camera. It's above my nail. There's a lighter spot on it. That's where you have to light the pipe. And then you have to make sure it totally burns, so you can inhale the smoke. So because we're supposed to do that, I don't do that. I put tobacco in it and then I light the tobacco instead. Because I'm bad. Absurd humor. Absurd you less. Absurd no horror. Talking sense now. So they're attacking my throat with their hybrid insect microelectric mechanical systems. And of course they pretend that I made the wrong decisions, not the people that are going to depopulate you all. Oh no, they're God, they have the directed energy weapon. We should lick their heels and kiss their titties. This is so exciting. I'm gonna test this new thing. Okay. So another tiny pipe that I bought recently is this bamboo stem. I had to have another bamboo stem because they're so awesome. I think that they require less cleaning than non-bamboo stem pipes. And they're super light and I like them. They're cool. And I like briar best. I think that other types of wood tend to burn easier than the briar wood that's chosen for pipes for that reason. Though this one is hickory, and I also have other types of wood pipe. I'm a pipe collector. And my shitty iPhone with the cancer chemtrail pictures, as if there's nothing else to do than picture cancer chemtrails. iPhone not backed up. Well, perhaps I should just squash this live on air to get some fucking viewers or whatever. Because what I have to say, my message, I think is important. It's stuff that everybody must know about, really. And I should talk more about directed energy weapons because others cannot. And after torturing me to death anyway, then I might as well talk about it. And I can talk about anything I like, so I don't have to talk about it. I'm not a compulsive talker. And people can always talk to themselves to practice their speech capabilities. And you can pretend you're recording them and their story will change. Anyway, you're live on the air. Perhaps they can hear you out there. If you scream really loud, then it will be live on YouTube. Or if an air alarm goes off or the nukes come in, and then you might just see a white light flash and then everything becomes black on the screen. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's why we shouldn't dismantle these nukes and keep them until the end. It's much more fun, it's exciting, it's adventure, it's a good thing, and they pretend it's a bad thing. That's why they're insane. That was my whole story. Thank you. I have to film this because I'm gonna light this new pipe. Perhaps this is some $1,000 pipe or whatever in reality from Italy. It's really super awesome for a really reasonable price. I could check how much I paid for this. But I think it's not enough. How to win friends and influence people. It's a book and it's pretty good actually. One way is saying things they can agree with, starting off with something they can all agree with, basically. Getting off on the right foot or something, as they say. So I really like this. It looks like these more expensive, bigger ones. Another awesome one I bought from this flew in from the US with my Lincoln meerschaum pipe that I never smoke. That's this one. That's really pretty cool. There he is. The slave driving racist. Anyway, I'm kidding. I think that He has some great ideas, and also that quote, they can fool all the people all the time, is Lincoln's. Bob Marley also used it. Okay. We hear the crow. I think I'm gonna get more aloe and see how long I can last just broadcasting my ass off. If I fall over, it's no problem. Love is the answer, so hate is the solution. That's a joke as well. So if love is the answer, then what was the question? What is the opposite of hate, or something, the antonym of hate, perhaps? We have to figure out the question, I bet. Or perhaps love is the answer to all questions. They attack you with a baseball bat. Love. Smashing up your car with a baseball bat doesn't mean they're out to get you or anything. If you're inside that car, if you happen to be inside it at the moment they do it, then it might be a good sign if you believe in science. Because, well, in the Netherlands we have a saying, scherven brengen geluk. So some people actually think that if glass breaks, that will bring good luck. This is an awesome pipe. I really love the way it smokes and feels and everything. I have another very cool Italian pipe that's very light, it's pretty long. It's very nice. But this is awesomer, the way it, I can hold it and I can still hold it, something's wrong. Because life's too short to even care at all. Well, it looks even more boring than looking at myself. So the anti-global government movement will be political. I think that might be the most important thing, to convince other politicians and people with power and influence that it's not a good idea. Power to the pedo, but power to the people is a better idea also for the politician himself or herself. That we don't need more depleted uranium babies and all those terrorist attacks and shit. We have enough of that to watch on YouTube and for the rest of eternity, basically. And we can always rewind the WTC thing and then let it play all day. We can do a loop, make a loop out of it, and enjoy ourselves all day. So I wonder how many people liked the WTC attacks. Is there anybody that liked these WTC attacks that has the guts to be on the air in this broadcast? Or do they think it's a stupid idea anyway? But they're afraid to say it on my broadcast. So if you're a real nutcase, I would like you on my broadcast, basically, in my show. To save you from Alex Jones. and to make you eternal, so you're lucky. Or not. I mean, if they do the opposite of whatever I want, then perhaps that's not a good idea. That's an interesting question. Can they make anybody jump with their synthetic telepathy machine by using a brainwave of another person that jumps? The brainwave is electromagnetic. Perhaps when they're sleepwalking, but I doubt if they can do it during daytime. The people have a very strong urge to survive because of evolution. That's very present in everyone, I think. And they may have already done that, basically, so they know what their abilities are. But everybody wants to cover themselves. They don't feel like spending the rest of their lives in jail just to please somebody that wants to depopulate the earth. So that keeps it peaceful. I think everything is normal. So what has changed compared to 10 years back, basically? Perhaps I was tortured more back then in the Bush era than I am today. And today I'm a pro-Trumper. So actually, if President Trump would decide to attack the Iranian facilities, I would have to think about whether I think that would be going too far, basically risking a thermonuclear world war, which would suck tremendously, 7-year nuclear winter and mutually assured destruction for everybody without an underground city, and even for people with one, because I've seen these underground cities and they suck balls. Roman bath, you want to call it a Roman bath? Well, I think that what they have above ground is a lot nicer, and 7 years underground in that shitty hole, I think it's no fun. And I feel sorry for people that are in there right now, if any. So we're lucky we're above ground because the nuclear weapons didn't strike yet, and this is an awesome pipe. Trying to sense what's most important. Quiet, everybody. Your life is the most important thing. I'm hearing the voice of God deep inside my skull, revealing me all the secrets that you all are not allowed to know. So I have to claim it's fake. It's not the voice of God, really. If I created the universe and the human created it, so then I'm not a god. There is no God, period. God does not exist. And I'm really serious about this because that's important, because there is no hereafter. We have to create a cure against aging, and it's a theme that you will hear, and I will try to mention it in all of my broadcasts, because to create a cure against aging, to achieve negligible senescence, as Aubrey de Grey calls it, the idea that there is a hereafter and you will go to paradise anyway if you lead a good life is not gonna make people say, well, then we have to immediately create a cure against aging to save the maximum number of human lives and thus get a bigger reward from our Lord. They say, well, yeah, we have to die, so God, our Lord can judge us all, etc. Shit like that. So, I disagree. But we can agree on disagreeing about it. More important things we agree on. I think that we all want to live, we don't want to be depopulated. And I think that human culling and depopulation Facebook page is illegal, that it's illegal to advocate depopulating the earth. Killing one person is illegal already. And then I'm thinking about the Hutus and the Tutsis, so this may be a good idea to go down for some tea. A good time to go down. Okay. And then I'll change it when I'm back so you can fast forward if you're not watching this live. Otherwise you're fucked. No. Or not. Makes you wonder. We're healing things now. So theoretically, it's even possible that they die if they block my YouTube viewers. How many people are advocating controlling the 7 factors that control aging, basically? How much money would it take? And what are the chances of achieving negligible senescence during our lifetimes? I think they've erased the original idea I had in the kitchen. Weather prediction was 20 degrees today in the Netherlands. So what would be best for universal peace? If the US stays in the Iran nuclear deal, or if they end the nuclear deal? If they keep the Iran nuclear deal, well, it's rather complex, I think. Preparing the next thing I'm going to speak about. I clicked on Google News. Two hours ago, Washington Post reported Maria regains strength as it pulls away from Puerto Rico, approaches Dominican Republic, Turks and Caicos. So I wonder how many people think these are man-made earthquakes and what all these ionospheric heaters are used for, basically. It's sure they didn't prevent the hurricane with their thing. Now there's a different Iran nuclear deal selection on the other one, or the browser I'm using. What's at stake for the US and the Allies? if they've already paid the money, I thought, well, perhaps it's best to keep that nuclear deal then, because that's a way to prevent Iran from achieving nuclear capability, basically. But that's just an idea. We can read this article as well, why not? It's usatoday.com. And we can also watch the video, of course. So I'm reviewing this video of the article Iran nuclear deal, what's at stake for US allies. September 20th, that's today. Yesterday, actually, according to this. Yeah, it's yesterday. Okay, let's watch this video.
Frankly,
perhaps it's not a good idea if I try to speak along with the video, basically. Let's see how that goes after one night of not sleeping. So it begins with frankly, I bet. Frankly, that deal is an embarrassment to the United States, and I don't think you've heard the last of it. Believe me.
During his first speech to the United Nations General Assembly, President Donald Trump bluntly criticized Iran and the nuclear deal it struck during the Obama administration. Trump called Iran's government a corrupt dictatorship and accused the state of supporting terrorism.
we cannot let a murderous regime continue these destabilizing activities while building dangerous missiles, and we cannot abide by an agreement if it provides cover for the eventual construction of a nuclear program.
Trump's long been critical of the nuclear deal, but thus far in his presidency, he's stuck by it and recertified the agreement twice. The next deadline for that is October 15th. If Trump decides not to recertify, Congress then has 60 days to decide if it will reimpose the sanctions against Iran that are currently lifted under the deal. Even if Trump keeps the agreement going in October, the issue isn't over. Under U.S. law, the president has to recertify the deal every 90 days. Iran that are currently lifted under the deal. Even if Trump keeps the agreement going in October, the issue isn't over. Under U.S. law, the president has to decide if it will reimpose the sanctions against Iran that are currently lifted under the deal. Even if Trump keeps the agreement going in October, the issue isn't over. Under U.S. law, the president has to recertify the deal every 90 days.
usatoday.com writes, if Trump chooses not to recertify the deal, that alone may not completely scrap the agreement. Congress would still have 60 days to decide whether or not to reimpose sanctions. So I've been saying that in previous broadcasts. I think that sanctions are more likely, and nobody wants a nuclear world war, so that's not gonna happen. So then we have 60 days to buy more cancer oil, more cancer gasoline. are they doing something with hydrogen-powered cars in Germany? I thought I heard something like that on BNR Dutch radio, news radio. I think they should not play any music on there. There are too many things going on in the world that need to be talked about. And that 440 hertz music makes people hysterical. So let's do this. Should turn off the mic. It doesn't have any lower note. It's basically a free program. So this digital audio workstation is free, and Forsendo is free, and the music box sound font is also free. And you can even play the thing with your computer keyboard. I don't know exactly how at the moment, but it's easy to figure out. I know I did it before. And you can also have these cool chip sounds. And you have to tune it up 16 plus 16 or minus 32. Plus 16 is 444 hertz. That equals C3 is 528 hertz. And minus 32 is 432 hertz. That's interesting. Okay. So I can first let you hear what 528 sounds like, and then put it on minus 32 for the 432 hertz, which is supposedly closer to nature, natural sounds, etc. But 528 hertz itself is the frequency to heal DNA, the love frequency they call it. Okay, 528 hertz. And now I go to 432 hertz tuning. And some other chip sounds. It's like playing a Mario game or whatever. Very disappointing or not? Michael Jackson's monkey blowing a water pipe. You see me in 3D. Bomb to base. So why was Michael Jackson's monkey called Bubbles? Has it got anything to do with these bubbles we see coming from the NASA astronaut spacesuit? Or are there other bubbles? Life is nothing but a bubble. Life is nothing but Hubble. So life is nothing but trouble. That's not true. Death is nothing but trouble, and life is good. Life is wonderful. But I do like that bass sound. Basically, so I might play it. Because it's the ideal song for this timeline at this moment. Salvador Dali. Polar bear. A real one, probably. Or perhaps somebody with a mask on. Fooling us all. Like 2/3 on the side basically, but in reality they're beam, they're these horns and stuff. Supposedly the brain, areas of the brain, so-called Brodmann's areas. The presidential jet, Air Force One. With a chemtrail installation inside. But they keep that one hidden. Well, you know, when people don't get enough sleep, they start hallucinating. I'm too bored, basically. Move back to the hurricane. Chancellor Angela Merkel, quote, "There is a clear disagreement with Trump on North Korea," unquote. Deutsche Welle reported 19 hours ago. Thousands rally in Philippines to warn of Duterte, quote, "dictatorship," unquote. Iran regional behavior means nuclear deal not enough. Macron. Boring. Reclaiming jihad from Greater Kashmir. Truly woolly. Halal jihad, Pakistan and the blood borders. Not brothers, blood borders. In Turkey's new curriculum, Atatürk, Darwin and jihad get facelifts. Well, isn't it very expensive and you first have to resurrect? It will take time. But you could argue it's worth striving for. Iran war with Iran or North Korea could involve deadly chemical weapons. Well, then it's a good idea to get your gas mask ready and the injector. What would Bill Gates change about Windows? Yes, Bill Gates regets Control-Alt-Delete because then you can turn it off. That's a naughty idea. The man whose biblical doomsday claim has some nervously eyeing September 23rd. Washington Post, 13 hours ago. Let's read this, and I'm interested to know if the person has had other correct prognosis or predictions came true, or if they're just covered by the mainstream media for some other reason.
Acts of Faith. The man whose biblical doomsday claim has some nervously eyeing. September 23 by Christine Phillips. September 20 at 5:12 p.m. September 23 is 33 days since the August 21 total solar eclipse, seen here over Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. Some people believe that is significant. George Frey, Getty Images. David Meade, the self-described specialist in research and investigations, has earned a fair amount of publicity online for predicting that catastrophic events would soon befall Earth. Among his claims, on Saturday, September 23, 2017, a constellation, a sign prophesied in the Book of Revelation, would reveal itself in the skies over Jerusalem, signaling the beginning of the end of the world as we know it. Meade believes that by the end of October, the world may enter what's called a 7-year tribulation period, a fairly widespread evangelical belief that for 7 years, catastrophic events would happen. He also claims that a planet called Nibiru, which has been debunked by NASA as a hoax, is headed toward Earth. When it passes the planet later this year, Meade claims, catastrophe in the form of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tidal waves and others would ensue. All of this is the story of the century, Meade said on his website, but he says it's distorted and misrepresented by the mainstream media. He said some publications have exaggerated his words and falsely reported that he believes the world would end this weekend. So who is David Meade? The world as we know it is about to end, again, if you believe this biblical doomsday claim. He doesn't say much about himself, at least not any specific, verifiable information. When asked where he lives, he said only that he's in the heart of a major disaster zone after Hurricane Irma. When asked where he went to college, he said only that he studied astronomy at a university in Kentucky and declined to say which campus, citing safety concerns. His website says he worked in forensic investigations and spent the past 10 years writing special reports for management for Fortune 1000 companies, but he ignored questions about which companies those were and what he currently does for a living. A short biography on a website called Planet X News says he studied astronomy, among other subjects at the University of Louisville. The university said it cannot verify whether a person was a student there. The website also says Meade enjoys relating science and the Bible, and he believes that Nibiru, which he also calls Planet X, is a perfect marriage of the two. I was raised Catholic and all Catholics believe the Bible, Meade wrote on his website. He's also critical of the young generation, which he said has been dumbed down by TV, commercials, sports and so forth. What amazes me is that this new generation does not engage in critical thinking. They don't read. They don't understand anything, he wrote. Very sad, really. He's written more than a dozen books. Amazon.com lists 13 books under Meade's name. All were self-published through ebookit.com and are each shorter than 200 pages. Amazon chief executive Jeffrey P. Bezos owns The Washington Post. The most recent one, Planet X, the 2017 arrival, boasts of absolutely amazing revelations, a page-turner that purports to examine proof of Nibiru's existence. Meade also delved into political conspiracy theories. Will the mysterious shadow planet Nibiru obliterate Earth in October? No. In his book, The Coup d'etat against President Donald J. Trump, Meade asserts that a shadow government is trying to overthrow Trump and purports to expose high-stakes collaboration of fifth columnists, orchestrated by the controlled media and globalists such as billionaire George Soros. He said the book explores the covert background of the deep state and reveals who funds clandestine operations against Trump, whom Meade described as someone who knows everything. In another book, The Coming, Clinton Economic Collapse, which was published before the presidential election, Meade warned of wars and economic collapse under Hillary Clinton. His YouTube channel has a handful of videos promoting his books. Scientists and people of faith have debunked Meade's claims. NASA senior space scientist David Morrison has debunked the claim that a planet called Nibiru is on track toward Earth. In a sharply worded video in which he urged people to get over it, Morrison gave simple explanations. For one, Astronomers would have already seen Nibiru by now, he said, and if it does exist, we'd be looking at an entirely different solar system because its gravity alone would destabilize the orbits of planets such as Earth, Venus and Mars. Instead, in the inner solar system, we see planets with stable orbits, Morrison said. We see the moon going around the Earth. Mead has been referred to as a Christian numerologist by some media articles. Ed Stetzer, a professor and executive director of Wheaton College's Billy Graham Center for Evangelism, said there's no such thing. I have 4 graduate degrees in these areas, Stetzer said. Never have I heard of this expression. Play video 401 NASA scientist debunks Nibiru. Mead said he never called himself a Christian numerologist. He also railed against critics, saying in an email to the Washington Post that the mainstream church is so dumbed down that they lost their ability to engage in critical thinking decades ago. In another email, he urged the reporter to read his book, his articles and his website. That will give you all of the profile information you need to study and report on this, probably the greatest story of the century in my opinion, he told the reporter. Mead's claims are not new, and he's not the only one making them. That's according to Robert Joustra, an international studies professor at Redeemer University College in Ontario, who had written a book about apocalyptic narratives. Mead, himself, said so. He wrote on his website, "We were taught the Book of Revelation is true. The popes believe it is true. Protestants know it is true. It is taught in Sunday school. This is not new information. Actually it's Bible 101. Even Hollywood knows what is to come. They have produced a dozen end of days movies, such as 2012. This is not new news. To anyone who thinks it is, my question is, how long have you lived on this planet?" Claims about Nibiru, for example, have been around for a while. The Post's Joel Achenbach wrote. A visionary who channels aliens popularized the Nibiru concept back in the 1990s, and the actual name Nibiru was plucked from the writings of the late Zecharia Sitchin, he used to mail me letters occasionally, who discerned evidence for such a planet in ancient Sumerian writings. For some, Eclipse Day showcases God's majesty. For others, it means the rapture is coming. Acts of Faith newsletter, conversations about faith and values. What this means is that those who engage in apocalyptic predictions don't just make things up out of nothing. They rely on mainstream information, like the Book of Revelation, Joustra said. But many, like so-called numerologists, find obscure references in the Bible to make predictions about the future. Joustra said he personally does not place much value in apocalyptic predictions, but he understands the impulse of many to delve into them. Predictions of the apocalypse aren't just about the end of the world. To many, they're about making sense of the world. It's supposed to be about the pulling back of the curtain, kind of revelation of the truth thing, Joustra said. It's a deeply religious kind of thing, and it has a long ancient pedigree. It's a search for a new meaning. There's a very long history to this kind of thing. It's also not novel to Christianity, or to the United States, Joustra said. Read more.
Interesting that the Washington Post is covering this. So are they basically exposing the conspiracy theorists? Well, I still don't know if the person made correct predictions, then it's interesting, but otherwise I don't have much faith in any predictions. But they may have a certain agenda and people may be able to predict events arranged by these Jesuits with weather weapons, possible nuclear weapons, possibly they control ISIS, it's their creation according to some sources online, etc. And then they can predict it and let people they control predict it, like Michael Jackson, Prince and Alex Jones predicted 9/11. And to check that, you have to have a recording that's really of before the date, basically. And that the event occurred, of course. And I know it's possible that they can give people precognitive visions as well. Unless these precognitive visions are my own ability, which I doubt. I doubt if any human has precognitive abilities. And it's possibly a neural network that convinces them that they have the precognitive ability themselves. Perhaps it's just trying to bestow maximum fulfillment upon all of us. Or perhaps the opposite is true, it's just trying to bestow it upon the people that programmed it and to depopulate the rest. And enslave the rest for the people that programmed it. And that's exactly what I'm trying to prevent. I know life can have a negative value. And perhaps everyone's life did at one point or another, but usually that changes back into a positive value again. And as long as I can still make love and smoke a pipe and even stay awake a whole night, well, it's quite an achievement. Yeah, I'm gonna light this new pipe again. I think it's awesome. And I find I do enjoy myself, and it's really cool that I've had live callers in my broadcast. Only was unable to remove the stem, which I want to do to clean more. Basically, you could put the pipe cleaner through it with the stem in it, basically. But I think it's nicer if I can remove it. But perhaps it's not wet enough to require cleaning. I think cyberbullying is uncool, really. And it may also impede creating the timeline we all want. So in their cyberbullying, it's usually not about achieving negligible senescence. That's one way we can tell the story. And you could argue it's wrong to blame cyber for that all the time. US Strategic Command Chief, Iran adhering to nuclear deal. The Hill 15 hours ago. Netanyahu says he offered Trump a way to fix Iran nuclear deal. Jerusalem Post, September 19th. Are they gonna keep that way secret? Is it just to make us read these articles or whatever?
Netanyahu says he offered Trump a way to fix Iran nuclear deal. Greater than Iran in focus as Netanyahu begins diplomatic week in New York. Greater than Trump debates decertification approach to undercut Iran deal. By Herb K. Anon, September 18, 2017, 23:36. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he senses a change in the American system regarding Iran.
So you could argue that all these leaders that are not getting rid of nuclear weapons, not dismantling these nukes, are certifiably insane. Feature is made by the neural network, of course, and it might make you laugh, etc. And that's good because laughing therapy is healing as well. Laughing therapy, sex therapy, aromatherapy, magnet therapy, there are only 3. So there's this study of Dr. Philpott, and the healing side of the magnet is the one pointed out by the north needle of the magnet, of the compass, I mean. He did petri dish experiments, so it's proven that it basically can cure cancer, and it has beneficial effects. And the side of the magnet pointed out by the south needle of the compass at the moment is the bad side, which causes cancer and stuff. It always can help to digest food or something. It's all online, people can study it for themselves. So I like these reproducible studies. I don't believe anybody says, until I tested it for myself, basically. It's not entirely true. Perhaps I'm believing too much of the things that scientists claim, etc. On with the article. Oh, that was the whole article already. So if I scroll further down, it's no article anymore. Oh, there are comments as well, so then we can check that. The hard reading will continue.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump at Ben Gurion Airport on May 23, 2017. Photo credit Kobe Gideon, GPO. In a briefing with reporters, Netanyahu said that the Iranian issue was dealt with in depth, and that both Jerusalem and Washington see the issue from a similar vantage point. This, he said, was in contrast to the situation under U.S. President Barack Obama, which Netanyahu said saw Iran as a solution to the problems in the Middle East. Trump, he said, sees Iran as the problem. Be the first to know. Join our Facebook page. Netanyahu said that he senses a change in the American system regarding Iran, and that this is also influencing the international community. The Americans have a desire to fix the agreement, and I offered a plan on how to do it, he said, without going into detail. Netanyahu said he expressed his position as clearly as possible, that if the agreement is not changed, it will lead to the nuclearization of Iran.
Perhaps we should all have nuclear weapons in our backyard to help depopulate the Earth. Like mini nukes we can throw on our kids when they're bad.
America stands with Israel. Reply, share, 8 likes. Yep, we are the eagle's wings helping the woman in the Bible. Daniel also spoke, saw the USA in the Tanakh. Reply, share, 1 like. Rome bar the symbol of eagle long before America came around. In fact, for those who've delved deep into these matters, America is but an offshoot, a revived Rome. Hence, you have traces of Rome on our money, architecture, laws, military tax, etc. Your false prophets deceive you. The city where our Lord was crucified shall be destroyed, for she is like Sodom and Egypt, this per John's vision as recorded in Revelation. Reply, share. Netanyahu is a real fox and he is cunning enough to coax the pumpkin-headed Trump into making the WW3. Reply, share, 1 like. Trump is seen as solution to problem with Iran and Obama was a problem finding solution in Middle East. You see the difference? Obama was that's why removed cause he blocked God's plans in concerning Israel. Good for us. Reply, share, 1 like. Why is this article in the Arab-Israeli conflict section? Reply, share. There was no Israel, there were no problems in the Middle East. Jews in USA were not influential. USA did not lead numerous wars. Jews treat Goyim as a tool for their interests. Reply, share, 5 likes. No problem with that, Goy. Reply, share, 2 likes. Fool. Reply, share, not true. It's Islam that starts everything as well as socialist and communist countries. They start things and since Israel is small of course they need our help. Not true. It's Islam that starts everything as well as socialist and communist countries. They start things and since Israel is small of course they need our help. Reply, share, 1 like. What do people want for Israel and the United States to continue to allow crime? Reply, share. If that were true then Iran wouldn't be funding the terrorists who blow up their opposing Sunni factions' mosques. Saudi Arabia wouldn't have funded Pakistan's nuclear program with the explicit understanding that at any time they could exercise the Pakistani option and purchase a bunch of nuclear weapons to oppose Iran's program. If there were no Israel the Muslims would simply be all the more dedicated to killing each other. Reply, share, toast. Remove the Arabs and you will not have any more problems in the world.
So these 6 Jews that want to depopulate the Earth are not the problem. Neither are nuclear weapons. It's racism. What do you think? Please let me know in the comments if I'm right. I don't see them as real choir bars anyway. Go ahead. Yeah, that's a good question. What's that supposed to mean? Has the neural network taken me over or what? Oh yeah, it's meant like a joke. Actually, it was based on something Arnold Schwarzenegger said. And me not saying the Jesuits and Masons are choir boys compared to me, basically. Because they might not like that, and then what's the use, you know? So come on, live callers, I bet you're afraid to call me live in this broadcast. The other chats and broadcasts suck even more. And I've been watching YouTube also. Some of them are so cool. Did you see that? Superman is flying by. Or the universal peace pigeon. So we live in sweet harmony with the birds and the bees and the people. Also the ones that want universal peace. Or not. Is there any harmony really? Boring questions. I think that it would be better if some single female would visit me and we'd make love for universal peace like John and Yoko, and but this sucks. So what did we read? Does anybody know what we read basically? Without going into detail. So why would they mention they have a plan, but not reveal what that plan is yet? Any ideas? And I don't like that the article refreshes the way it does previous time. The remarks, the comments were basically they disappeared because of the reloading. Other than that, it's pretty reasonable. Text is selectable, and it's also good for blind people that want to read these pages. And that if the agreement is not changed, it will lead to the nuclearization of Iran. Would it be so bad? I'm for getting rid of nuclear energy completely and all nuclear weapons, but you could argue that's a different subject. Though it's on topic, you could argue, so waterpowered.com, waterpoweredcar.com, Danny Klein's waterpowered. Oh yeah, I was gonna check if Germany has anything about waterpowered cars. So the first internal combustion engine, first ICE engine, used water and not petroleum, not cancer gasoline, but water to drive on, invented by Isaac de Rivas, according to waterpoweredcar.com, which is a kind of cool site, I think. So it has to do with the patent office and people making billions or trillions of dollars with cancer oil and using that as a way to control the populace, basically. Saltwater-powered Quant E-Sports limousine gets European approval. July 18, 2014. German automaker develops first saltwater-powered car. World's first hydrogen-powered passenger train. It's explained in the Danny Klein patent. In the military have a hybrid, though they can have a car that drives solely on water. Basically they want to hide it, and the story on waterpoweredcar.com is that people went to jail. They can be locked up without any reason about their water-powered car, basically, and perhaps they're not allowed to sell complete cars, only show you the way how you can build it yourself, basically, because of the patent office. Okay, let's see the saltwater powered car then. Quant E-Sport limousine. World's first saltwater powered car. Oh, it's sporty and it does have back seats. A little bit Batmobile-ish also. I think it looks pretty cool. Here you can see how it looks on the inside. That's a bit Porsche-like. Also the interior with the round things. Don't look bad. It's yeah, cool car. But I would prefer an automatic basically. I wouldn't want to drive a shift gear car. I think it's safer to have 2 hands on the steering wheel. Sometimes you need your hand for something else. Masturbation. Masturbation nation. Desensitization. Are people legally permitted to masturbate in their car? Please let me know in the comments. I would think if nobody can see them nude, etc. and they're not driving while doing it. Well, if the Cancer Tetracycle cops catch them, they might go to jail anyway, I don't know, so it depends on the judge you get also, probably. But if it's a closed car, people cannot see the nude person, and it's some lonely car somewhere. Not driving through the red light district. Then I guess it's permitted also for truckers, basically, that have to drive their truck all day long, and then the next day they have to drive their truck all day long, and the next day. So basically they're not violating anybody. This reminds me a bit of my Super Shot remote controlled cancer cell phone controlled car, basically. It's a super shot. I can even show a picture of it. I've carried this, flown it to Ireland. Let's see if that still exists. Oh, yeah, this one. I remember making this. It contains oil in these shock damping things. Anyway, I have to check something. I think the picture show is more interesting. And I can show the super shot later. Now that I let my mouse pointer disappear and stuff. CPU usage 100%. 77, 70, 93, 73. Click again then. I still have 2 minutes 50 seconds. So I'm too early again. Boo fucking boo-hoo. Oh yeah, I have it open the other thing. Well, it's too late now, I already clicked. The Tamiya super shots. So it is cool, I do like these things. Also the drones, especially the recordings that some people have made with these drones are really marvelous, excellent, super cool. But the problem is of course cancer cell phone radiation. And one thing you can do if you're a droner is make a parabolic dish antenna with some aluminum foil and some foam or whatever you have. It can also be only aluminum foil, and then make a cup out of that, like a parabolic dish antenna, and then you get a stronger signal. You also get a further range with your thing, and that protects your body. Basically it deflects a large part of the cancer cell phone radiation. Easy to measure. To measure is the leisure or the leisure, I don't know. Meten is weten in Dutch. To measure is to know, but it doesn't rhyme. So yeah, that way you get less radiation through your body. And I advise people not to wear these helmets with loads of cancer cell phone radiation, controlling these drones a kilometer away, etc. Often you can see a birthmark, etc. And tumors at the side, or basically, yeah, where they keep the cancer cell phone to their head, and also where they wear these goggles, where it produces most harmful radiation. So in contrast to what other people claim, these things are very harmful. All wireless devices that use the microwave radiation, cancer cell phone radiation I call it. And it also okay, I think it will go right. I'm bidding on an item. Really exciting, and if it goes right, then I can let you know what it is. Mouse pointer kind of sluggish. Time left 0 seconds. Now it's reloading the page. And I can pay now. So that's the thing with eBay. eBay is wonderful. Very cool. You have to pay though. You could argue that's the only thing wrong with it. So what I win, and they have another one, a size 9.5 0.72 carat raw real white natural diamonds, 925 silver ring, and I like that it has white, red and blue. Basically it's like stars and stripes. I like these rings from India, really awesome. And the raw uncut diamonds, basically it's a lot of work to cut a diamond because it's one of the hardest materials. So then I can click pay now. Pay now. 1 bit. 20 bucks. That's not nothing. Here it goes. I'm a selfish troll. View order details. All this while 11 children die of hunger every minute in the world. Oh yeah, this is also super cool, I think. I referred to this in one of my previous videos, also in the chat, I think, the VP300 vaporizer. And what's cool about this is that you can put your herbs in this rather big bowl. It's reasonably big, though you could argue it's too small basically, but okay. So an idea would also be to have different sizes of bowls that you can put on it. Anyway, and you can adjust the heat of the thing so that you vaporize it and not smoke it. I think essentially it's combustion, and there's not much difference, though there may be a difference in flavor. Also, when you have a pipe and you smoke too long, then it smells and tastes like an ashtray basically, then you've gone too far and you must commit suicide immediately. Funny or not? So here we have to place our herbs, what some consider holy herbs. And the cool thing about it, I still didn't say it yet, is that this whole glass bowl fills up with the smoke, and then you have this cool long hose with the glass on the outer end. There's one video of it on YouTube, I think. And then you can puff, basically. I don't know how many puffs I'll be able to get out of it. I hope I receive it fast. I don't know if I ordered this from England. I hope so. United Kingdom, hurrah! Then it's there faster than if it would have been the US. Azarius used to sell this. I don't know why they don't sell it anymore, but I think it's just super cool. I definitely want to be able to do this before I die, if I ever die. So then I'll definitely make a review video about it or not. So what I usually do is, when I've paid for an item, I use PicPic to make a screenshot. I press Ctrl X and then it makes the screenshot. You can make a hotkey yourself. And then I can save this, hoping that it's not in the porn directory. Otherwise I may have to erase this whole broadcast. Alright, it's the right directory. Even if I put it on sort by date every time, then it goes back to this sort by name basically. And I think that used to be different, so that's kind of weird. Then I write down what it is: ring, raw diamonds, And they have another one if you have a size 9.5. I don't know if they can also adjust the size. 9.5, and the total amount that I paid is $20.98. And I copied this and I also saved the HTML eBay file.
Ring raw 9/5/2098.
It's the original listing. Let's read this for fun.
072 quart Royal White Natural Diamond 925 silver ring size 9.5. 072 quart Royal White Natural Diamond 925 silver ring size 9.5. Have one to sell? Sell now. Details about 0.72 quart Royal White Natural Diamond .925 silver ring size 9.5. Seller information. Jeweler rings 5,946 98.2% positive feedback. Follow the seller. Visit store, jeweler rings. See other items. Item information. Item condition, new without tags. Ended September 21, 2017, 1:28 p.m. Winning bid, US 99 cents, 1 bid, shipping, $19.99. Economy. International shipping.
Okay, great. I hope they send me a nice one. Perhaps I will review it. And this is such an awesome ring. It's a rubellite. I really like this. And these rings are, I think, kind of cool. Sort of rapper's delight. And I like this one because it has tiny skulls inside the eyes of the big skull, basically. So, I also like wearing it. It has a sort of heavy feel to it. It is light. So yeah, I can broadcast all day if I want to. But I think that's awesome, some real diamonds. And I bought other rings with real diamonds, very cheap. So do you all think this is fake, or are these real raw diamonds? Let's see what eBay has got. Raw diamonds. So probably these are tiny little diamonds. So that's what uncut diamonds look like, basically, according to these sellers. And 0.5 carats for 99 cents plus $2. Could that be true, or is it nonsense? Perhaps transparent diamonds are more expensive. I can check wiki to see if it's a controlled encyclopedia. I don't like that I can not make the green lines on my screen with this browser, but other than that, it's much faster than the other browser, Waterfox browser and Firefox. So that's why I like it better anyway. Because it matters if you're watching thousands of pages with it. If you have to wait a long time every time, that counts. Typically yellow, brown or grey to colorless, less often blue, green, black, translucent, white, pink, violet, orange, purple and red diamonds. So this is more see-through, I guess. Compressed carbon. And I think it can be healing to look at these crystals. They're really gorgeous crystals out there. Okay, and the price of cut diamonds. So basically in 3 days this one is sold. Supreme Zippo lighter diamond cut box. But you can only pick it up, so you cannot, they don't ship the thing. So let's just do genuine cut diamond then, to see if it's much more expensive. Simulants. The gemstone moissanite silicon carbide can be treated as a diamond simulant, though more costly to produce than cubic zirconia. Both are produced synthetically. So it's not a real diamond. Natural round brilliant cut diamonds. Genuine loose diamonds. 0.12 carats. 0 bits. And perhaps we can check the most expensive one on eBay at the moment. Natural princess cut diamond. 20 bits, 2170 from the UK. Oh, then I can better select okay, it's in there. I missed it. Ooh. $946,278 for genuine certified diamonds. 11.5 carats. Ideal cuts. It's a bit like a bearded man, First Timothy trespass. These are the eyes and the nose, and the mouth, etc. It's not something I'd buy for that type of money. And the size of this is 14.59. It's the largest size, millimeters. So it's almost 1.5 centimeters. So this is its biggest size, basically 1.5 centimeters. How to do this? About this big. So that is something like this, basically. 1.5. So I think most people wouldn't see the difference between a real diamond and glass cubic zirconia. But okay, what's reasonably priced? Cheapest real diamond, genuine diamond ring. I think these are extremely good deals. Oh, it's a moissanite, sorry. But they're still very nice, I think. So these are some rings people can pick up in the United States for $1, 0 bids. So we'd first have to bid on them, basically. A lot of those pick up only 3 diamonds, diamond rings. Is that stuff put there to prevent people from finding cheap deals for normal diamond rings, basically? Or is it just somebody trying to sell something on eBay, probably? I'm wondering if they mean the diamond pattern, basically, to I doubt if there are any real diamonds on this, actually. You could argue I should look for buy it now. I could do a broadcast and look up the highest and lowest priced items and show them in a broadcast. Perhaps others have already done this. Many size 7, size 8. So this is basically nice for ladies. It's perhaps this is the cheapest real diamond ring on eBay at the moment. And an idea is also to make rings yourself, to buy some gems, some minerals on eBay, and turn it into a nice ring, or perhaps put them on a pipe and stuff like that. But people wouldn't search on that basically, so if you'd sell it, it's another matter. So with pipes, you basically want these walls of the pipe to be thick enough to make sure you don't burn your fingers. Maybe pleasant if it gets a little bit warm. This is basically block pipes that people can finish themselves, so they can cut the rest of the pipe into whatever model they like best. And briar is the best type of wood. Though these, you can get these corn cobs for $1 or $2 basically, not this quality. But it works, it's a very light pipe. So expensive pipes, it usually has to do with the attraction that it has on pipe buyers basically. Some pipes are a work of art and they're really gorgeous to look at. Also, people that don't smoke can also buy these pipes, etc. I think there are not many that do, non-smokers. And these are not that magnificent. I like meerschaums, for example, that's more fun to look at, but I'm looking if there's a pipe with a diamond on it, just because I got that idea. I can check the most expensive meerschaum pipes. Those can be really nice. Let's turn it into a genuine diamond. Isn't there any pipe with a genuine diamond on it? Tempering my new pipe. And one way to get the stem out is putting them in the freezer for a while. Perhaps with a bag around it so it doesn't get wet. And that worked for me a couple of times. This is the most expensive meerschaum pipe on eBay at the moment. $11,000 or best offer. That means you can buy it for $2 low. Nice carving. It's so jungle. Is it a masterpiece? I leave it up to the experts. The Lion King key. Collectible artwork. You could argue it shows nudity, so I'm not gonna keep it on estate meerschaum pipes. Well, I usually don't like it if it was cleaned with synthetic alcohol or whatever they use. That ruins the pipe and makes it unusable. So that's why I usually prefer new pipes. And this one's awesome. I just have to remove the stem once and then I can use a file a little bit. Weird because I didn't stick it in very hard. No, I don't want to risk it. I better put it in the freezer. Perhaps it has to do with the pipe getting hot and then it expands. And thus there is less room for the stem. So that's why you can sometimes get it out if you put it in the freezer. I like the ones using wax, usually for colors. Though sometimes white is best. And I have some wonderful meerschaum pipes myself. Planet of the Apes movie scene. Meerschaum pipe. With a horse also. So sometimes I'm browsing for days to get the best news. Okay, we have to take a break now. I'm having a sort of cramp in my spleen or whatever. It's weird. Perhaps it's just my imagination. So it's below the ribs. getting some Hüttenkäse for some honey in the tea because it's almost completely full. It's almost iced tea. So basically it's scanning our minds, letting other people know what we think, and attempting to block everything we do and have in mind, to sabotage it, to depopulate Earth to 500 million. By the Jesuits, I.A.E.A, Negro cannibals that have murdered my mother with their I.A.E.A in Pokerflat, Alaska. HAARP is a fake facility open every 6 years to the public. So I think nothing illegal is going on in the HAARP facility. The directed energy weapon torture is done with other ionospheric heaters and or scalar weapons. But of course, if they can kill people from a distance and torture people, then, especially because they've controlled the position to themselves, many people are lying about this stuff. There are very few people that know the truth about it in reality. And knowledge is power. Of course, they want to pretend the opposite is true and dumb you all down and depopulate you all, while pretending they're doing the opposite. It's known. So, what we hear in our heads, if anything, then there's always selection of the neural network that they've programmed. It's if you serve their neural network, the voice of God weapon, then you serve the person who programmed it in reality. So I'll turn on the camera when I'm back, and I'm gonna get some heat in case. So there's not much going on. I'm eating Bootwig. Basically, I've just... oh, I'm missing the oil. I forgot oil. So Bootwig is basically a cancer prevention diet, and it's a mixture of oil, flaxseed oil, flaxseed and putenkäse. Preferably fresh fruit. So basically eBaying is also a hobby of mine. I think lots of people are doing it because I'm often outbid. Alright, then we can listen to the Diamond Wikipedia article while I eat my Bootwig.
The word is from the ancient Greek adamas, unbreakable. Diamond, /damned / damned / is a metastable allotrope of carbon, where the carbon atoms are arranged in a variation of the face-centered cubic crystal structure called the diamond lattice. Diamond is less stable than graphite, but the conversion rate from diamond to graphite is negligible at standard conditions. Diamond is renowned as a material with superlative physical qualities, most of which originate from the strong covalent bonding between its atoms. In particular, diamond has the highest hardness and thermal conductivity of any bulk material. Those properties determine the major industrial application of diamond in cutting and polishing tools and the scientific applications in diamond knives and diamond anvil cells. Because of its extremely rigid lattice, it can be contaminated by very few types of impurities, such as boron and nitrogen. Small amounts of defects or impurities, about 1 per million of lattice atoms, color diamond blue, boron, yellow, nitrogen, brown, lattice defects, green, radiation exposure, purple, pink, orange or red. Diamond also has relatively high optical dispersion, ability to disperse light of different colors. Most natural diamonds are formed at high temperature and pressure at depths of 140 to 190 kilometers, 87 to 118 miles, in the Earth's mantle. Carbon-containing minerals provide the carbon source, and the growth occurs over periods from 1 billion to 3.3 billion years, 25% to 75% of the age of the Earth. Diamonds are brought close to the Earth's surface through deep volcanic eruptions by magma, which cools into igneous rocks known as kimberlites and lamproites. Diamonds can also be produced synthetically in a HPHT method, which approximately simulates the conditions in the Earth's mantle. An alternative, and completely different growth technique is chemical vapor deposition, CVD. Several non-diamond materials, which include cubic zirconia and silicon carbide and are often called diamond simulants, resemble diamond in appearance and many properties. Special gemological techniques have been developed to distinguish natural diamonds, synthetic diamonds, and diamond simulants. The word is from the ancient Greek adamas, unbreakable. Diamond has a wide bandgap of 5.5 electron volts corresponding to the deep ultraviolet wavelength of 225 nanometers. This means that pure diamond should transmit visible light and appear as a clear colorless crystal. Colors in diamond originate from lattice defects and impurities. The diamond crystal lattice is exceptionally strong, and only atoms of nitrogen, Boron and hydrogen can be introduced into diamond during the growth at significant concentrations, up to atomic percents. Transition metals nickel and cobalt, which are commonly used for growth of synthetic diamond by high-pressure high-temperature techniques, have been detected in diamond as individual atoms. The maximum concentration is 0.01% for nickel 37, and even less for cobalt. Virtually any element can be introduced to diamond by ion implantation. 38. Nitrogen is by far the most common impurity found in gem diamonds and is responsible for the yellow and brown color in diamonds. Boron is responsible for the blue color. 22. Color in diamond has two additional sources: irradiation, usually by alpha particles, that causes the color in green diamonds, and plastic deformation of the diamond crystal lattice. Plastic deformation is the cause of color in some brown 39, and perhaps pink and red diamonds. 40. In order of increasing rarity, yellow diamond is followed by brown, colorless, then by blue, green, black, pink, orange, purple, and red. 30. Black, or carbonado, diamonds are not truly black, but rather contain numerous dark inclusions that give the gems their dark appearance. Colored diamonds contain impurities or structural defects that cause the coloration, while pure or nearly pure diamonds are transparent and colorless. Most diamond impurities replace a carbon atom in the crystal lattice, known as a carbon flaw. The most common impurity, nitrogen, causes a slight to intense yellow coloration depending upon the type and concentration of nitrogen present. 30. The Gemological Institute of America, JA, classifies low saturation yellow and brown diamonds as diamonds in the normal color range, and applies a grading scale from D, colorless, to Z, light yellow. Diamonds of a different color, such as blue, are called fancy colored diamonds and fall under a different grading scale. 30. In 2008, the Wittelsbach diamond, a 35.56 carat, 7.112 grams, blue diamond once belonging to the King of Spain, fetched over $24 million at a Christie's auction. 41. In May 2009, a 7.03 carat, 1.406 grams, blue diamond fetched the highest price per carat ever paid for a diamond when it was sold at auction for 10.5 million Swiss francs, 6.97 million euros, or $9.5 million at the time. 42. That record was, however, beaten the same year. A 5 carat, 1.0 grams, vivid pink diamond was sold for $10.8 million in Hong Kong on December 1, 2009. 43. Identification. Diamonds can be identified by their high thermal conductivity. Their high refractive index is also indicative, but other materials have similar refractivity. Diamonds cut glass, but this does not positively identify a diamond because other materials, such as quartz, also lie above glass on the Mohs scale and can also cut it. Diamonds can scratch other diamonds, but this can result in damage to one or both stones. Hardness tests are infrequently used in practical gemology because of their potentially destructive nature. 44. The extreme hardness and high value of diamond means that gems are typically polished slowly, using painstaking traditional techniques and greater attention to detail than is the case with most other gemstones. 10. These tend to result in extremely flat, highly polished facets with exceptionally sharp facet edges. Diamonds also possess an extremely high refractive index and fairly high dispersion. Taken together, these factors affect the overall appearance of a polished diamond, and most diamateurs still rely upon skilled use of a loupe, magnifying glass, to identify diamonds by eye. Main article: synthetic diamond. 6 crystals of cube octahedral shapes, each about 2 mm in diameter. 2 are pale blue, 1 island pale yellow, 1 island green blue, 1 island dark blue and 1 green yellow. Synthetic diamonds of various colors grown by the high-pressure high-temperature technique. Synthetic diamonds are diamonds manufactured in a laboratory, as opposed to diamonds mined from the earth. The gemological and industrial uses of diamond have created a large demand for rough stones. This demand has been satisfied in large part by synthetic diamonds, which have been manufactured by various processes for more than half a century. However, in recent years it has become possible to produce gem-quality synthetic diamonds of significant size. 13. It is possible to make colorless synthetic gemstones that, on a molecular level, are identical to natural stones and so visually similar that only a gemologist with special equipment can tell the difference. 99. The majority of commercially available synthetic diamonds are yellow and are produced by so-called high-pressure high-temperature (HPHT) processes. 100. The yellow color is caused by nitrogen impurities. Other colors may also be reproduced, such as blue, green or pink, which are a result of the addition of boron or from irradiation after synthesis. 101. A round, clear gemstone with many facets, the main face being hexagonal, surrounded by many smaller facets. Colorless gem cut from diamond grown by chemical vapor deposition. Another popular method of growing synthetic diamond is chemical vapor deposition, CVD. The growth occurs under low pressure, below atmospheric pressure. It involves feeding a mixture of gases, typically 1 to 99 methane to hydrogen, into a chamber and splitting them to chemically active radicals in a plasma ignited by microwaves, hot filament, arc discharge, welding torch or laser. 102. This method is mostly used for coatings, but can also produce single crystals several millimeters in size, see picture. 84. As of 2010, nearly all 5,000 million carats, 1,000 tons, of synthetic diamonds produced per year are for industrial use. Around 50% of the 133 million carats of natural diamonds mined per year end up in industrial use. 99. 103. Mining companies' expenses average $40 to $60 per carat for natural colorless diamonds, while synthetic manufacturers' expenses average $2,500 per carat for synthetic, gem-quality colorless diamonds. 99. 79. However, a purchaser is more likely to encounter a synthetic when looking for a fancy colored diamond because nearly all synthetic diamonds are fancy colored, while only 0.01% of natural diamonds are.
So if you don't kill the Jews depopulating Earth, they will kill you all, of course. It's also clear from their book quotes and from the millions of people they have already murdered and tortured to death. The Jesuit cannibals and the Freemasons. These 6 Jews with their book quotes that prove they want to depopulate the Earth are gonna get you. You'll see, so I think this is enough for this broadcast. Am I even still broadcasting? So they're ultra sadistic, they've murdered my mother, and it's clear they're gonna kill you all from their book quotes and the millions of people they've murdered already. And that's why they're dying themselves, so these people are not doing the opposite, but depopulating. And many people find that hard to believe, also because it's so horrible what these people do to their fellow humans and animals. Oh, they make that sound as if I'm scared. No, I will kill them. And of course, then I'm the executioner, not a murderer. They are still the murderers, depopulating the earth, the infant-eating, pedo-homo, necro-cannibal Jesuits that have murdered my mother, that are gonna kill you all, you see. So I'd prepare for that world power for Iran, the third Jesuit world power, their military order. What else can they do? You could argue it's not their fault. So, this is it for this broadcast. I hope you all enjoyed it. Have a good one and be prepared to kill these trolls that want to depopulate you all. And you betcha they do. And they've murdered millions of people, and they're not gonna stop until they are stopped. For universal peace.